Morning, everyone. I hope you are well. Happy Sunday. Oof. I apologize for starting a little late. The level of technical difficulties were pretty much a lot, but things came to me this morning, and so I've been creating and putting things together to really try to make something amazing. And I pray, and I think I've been successful. And sometimes that takes a little time. and so thank you for bearing with me on this. So I'm going to take a moment, and if you can as well, to kind of meditate a little bit before we start. I still have a few points on the teaching that I just want to think about to make sure it's all lines up. And then I'm going to channel it, because with all the little things that I wanted to create, which are part of the teaching, the very beginning of the teaching, which is honestly the heart of the teaching, isn't mapped out. Lord. So I have an idea, but it's really important. And so I'm going to confirm a couple points and think them through. And then I'm literally going to channel it, because it hasn't fully landed, and maybe there's a reason. So if people can, if you guys could meditate in the more traditional sense, leaving everything behind. And if you're at the desk or seated, that's fine, because I'm going to speak a little bit before, and then we're going to switch to a prayer session. So you could, literally meditate, back straight, back not touching the back of the chair, the rest, if it's okay with you, that it doesn't hurt you. And so the back straight, nothing touching the back, that permits the flow of energy up and down the spine, which is very important. And try to find that open, spacious place. You don't want to do mantras now, unless it helps you to say a couple names of God to start with. It's to cater an open, clear mind that's stable. If a couple mantras help, and you can do that, we want to have a calm mind. Nothing that's happened before, any frustration from the delays, which honestly is an opportunity to practice presence and working with one's emotions. So that's not why I did it, but it's an opportunity. And I had an opportunity to work with my frustration that I couldn't start at 7. And there were more and more issues, and then more and more really wonderful ideas, because I found my stability, and next levels came to me. Frustrations block. It's human to be frustrated. It's human to look at the clock. It's human to pressure oneself to get there. That's our condition. And the intent is correct and proper, But by realizing the situation is unfolding the way it is, also realizing that my students are really used to this and they know it's going to come out particularly strong when there are delays, which gives me a little comfort. By opening into the space, some beautiful things came through, which I was able to manifest. So if the frustration had maintained, there would be no clear place for the teachings to flow. Let me tell you, the first part is not mapped out. And those additional aspects wouldn't have manifested. There's a song at the end that my poor little damaged, almost barely alive computer didn't have on it. So I had to go to backup hard drive, find it. I wanted to finalize a few things. And all that's sort of, in a way, the beauty of the unfolding. The beauty of the unfolding of getting up at 5 a.m. to prepare and knowing you have too much time, and then realizing you don't have enough time. But you also realize that it's just so much more than you thought it would be. And you realize, wow, this is going to be something really beautiful. And you're pregnant with it. And allowing the space to manifest. So it's presented properly live. It's the practice, repetition, of being able to catch it, see it, and release the momentum and aggravation, frustration, technical difficulties. Thinking, why couldn't this have come up earlier over the last couple days? There would be no rush, but it didn't. It didn't. There was no opportunity. There was no room for it. So by relaxing and catching oneself, because we're all on the path here, at some point you just catch it, see it, release. And it just puts you right back into yourself. One realizes that the energy one creates a forward momentum with time as you begin to feel your body. And I promise you, we'll start doing practices of that. And I hope you're already getting a sense of it. If you put your presence and you think, where's my energy? You realize it's actually being pulled out of your chest. There's a momentum, there's a speed. That's why your mind and the emotions can't stop. But when you pull it back in, and one has practiced for a while, done the stretching, the yogas, one can feel one's energy channel. And you literally feel it become spacious and open and pregnant. You feel the Shekhinah in it, and you connect, and it all lines up to your crown and above, which we'll be discussing somewhat today. And you just, in that open, pregnant space that we could live in 24/7, where something different and aligned can manifest. A lot of what we're doing is learning to clear and open. So that birthright that's buried within us, that's always working, it has these layers of energy and momentum that break it, that sort of block it. We learn to release, and then our energy from being outwards and manifesting suddenly drops, and we feel our energy come back into ourselves. We come back into our true selves. And then we could open to the spaciousness that's within us, of our hearts. And we could also feel what's called the central channel or the central column in the tree of life, which is not hard. It's like a tube. It's a channel of open energy that's soft and light, yet it's there. And in that, your mind completely rests and you open. And then you become a receptacle to wisdom, a different way of seeing, different way of acting. And you can receive and see things in a different way. So why don't we try that together as I finalize a few points, very important points. Just work with the breath, say some mantras, but this is not mantra repetition. It's the name of God, the one that helps you relax and be. Then just rest in that being. If a thought comes up, let it go. It's not important. If you think it's an important thought and it really is critical, write it down. But if it's not at that level, let it go. And trust that it'll be there at the end when you're done. It'll come back to you. And if it doesn't, trust that it wasn't meant to materialize. Because the mind will think that a lot of thoughts are really important. And, if they're medium, you really need to give that practice a priority. Because the mind has to stop and it will go places. It doesn't like stillness. Why? Because you move to something else that's beyond your mind and the mind's not necessary. And it feels that energy shifting. And it's almost like the mind has a panic. More thoughts, more agitation, more memories, more trauma may be coming up. You think it's really critical, you're distracted, distracted, distracted. See? There's a discipline. So we're going to take a moment. People breathe, relax, let go, open. You could have a point of focus. So here we have the medallion with the names of God around it. Yes. And the center symbol, which is the Star of David, is very profound. The connection of, it actually works with the Shekhinah. Well, maybe I'll bring it in, but it's the connection of us to God and God's connection to us. Triangle up, connection to God, triangle pointed down, God's connection to us. The religious symbol. It's quite beautiful. So, and we have the names of God in beautiful gold. You could use that, or you could use the Aleph, or whatever you choose. And you place your gaze on that. You don't analyze it, but it's a place to place your gaze. In that way, that blessing enters. And you just keep your focus on it, light touch focus. And a thought comes up, takes you, you just be mindful and aware, and you just bring your mind back to the object of meditation and release the thought. It's helpful to exhale. If you're new and if you have some ability, you're able to just mentally release the energy. Literally, you feel the energy in your brain and you literally let go your engagement with it. I don't know how else to describe it. Otherwise, it's just exhale and let go. And you could actually, after a while, actually feel it lift. And you realize that thought was actually energy. Interesting. So take a moment, maybe 5, 8 minutes, 10. and relax, be open, let the mind calm. Okay. Take a deep breath. Come back into your body a little bit. Hopefully you should be in your body, but sort of come back from the meditation a little bit. It helps sometimes rubbing your eyes a little bit, I find, and moving your body a little bit and bringing it all back. We're going to talk a little bit. And we're going to have prayer, which with music. We are doing the music, and I have a song that I haven't played in a long time, which is beautiful. I think I only played it once. So old-time listeners will recognize it probably. Interesting, I speak about the Shekhinah and alignment because I'm kind of called to do that, to do this teaching. Because it's not quite mapped out. One moment, please. About alignment. We are never, ever cut off from Hashem. Not possible. I've mentioned that many times with the logic that I have as to why that can happen. In my perspective. Question is, how connected are we? It's a question of degree. Non-native speakers, what percentage of connection do you have that you're able to resonate, truly connect with, and find guidance by? 5%, 10%, 100% you'd be a full Emmanuel, but you could also call it. You could be functioning normally at 25%, but then you need to align because something's important. Are you able to kind of hit that turbo boost and then hover at 80% for however long you need to before you kind of go back to your normal? And then also working to functioning at 35, 40%, 50%. So what is this? What energy of God are we aligning with? What energy of God emanates within us? What energy of God do we relax into? What energy of God gives us life? What energy of God is always with us? What energy of God manifests from the source of the Aleph? as the Aleph, its essence begins to materialize more and more and more, giving birth to this dualistic world, to the breath and of life. Let there be light. What do we relax into to be in the flow? And how do we do that? Learn to relax in unconditional trust. And you let go of your hopes and fears, and you release into a flow which takes practice, and you develop confidence with time that it's accurate. Otherwise, you go into crazy land and do really strange things. And we see a lot of people doing that, and they think they're enlightened, and they're really really seriously off and possibly hurting themselves and other people. Huge caveat, red, yellow, well, I'll put it, it's a red flag. Be very careful. So with practice, we get confidence. We get confidence in what? What drives our car? What percentage is it? Our disciplined, skillful, intelligent mind, or our disordered, emotional, impulsive mind, or compulsive, reckless drivers, speeders that cut you off? They really don't know any way of being. Or are you in charge of our lives? A car is our body and our lives. How do we live in our lives? Discipline, intelligence, very important, skillful use of the mind. But it's limiting. There's a transcendent component. There's a force that's there. It's actually the force that gives rise to our mind and our thoughts. It's the source of life here on this planet. I would say it's called the Shekhinah, the living presence of God. It's the spirit. Wow. The level of technical errors today is astounding. None of the pictures I've prepared, most of them do not want to show. I'm being tested. So this is an example of, do I pop out of the flow or do I just rest in it and fix it real fast? So 1 second. I'm actually finding this very auspicious. A lot of it is how you perceive things. This is actually a good sign because sometimes when something breaks through, there's resistance. So it's about alignment. The cathedral within is lit by the manifestation of God that lives on this planet. He does not walk around among us because this dimension would shatter. Frequencies too high, powerful. We're too dense and too solid, too physical. Nothing wrong with that. The distortion of it is wrong, but our existence is more physical. Not good or bad, it's what it is. It's our alignment that can cause a problem. Shekhinah, the wisdom, life aspect of God, the energy that flows, that gives us life. The Shekhinah is what connects these sifrots, the energy that moves from Keter and above down into manifestation, Makut, kingdom on the last one. The operative energy, the movement, the life, what comes through isn't a physical being. It's the manifestation of the attributes of God. And they, as it embodies, takes on different attributes, as we saw with this image. Second, I am pulling it. Remember this? So we have the rainbow colored lights. We have the Aleph, then we have the different manifestations from the Aleph, like the circles around, and then we have something that starts manifesting the different color lights, virtues. It's the alignment of the Sifrots, their perfection. It's the Shekhinah coming down and affecting us and going through us. The higher aspects of ourselves that live with us, depending on how connected we are, it's the one with the wings. You see the energy going in to the third eye. Actually could be seen two ways. I always see him looking up, but now when I look a little closer, it looks like he's facing down. Yeah, he's looking up, but if you don't focus in, it actually looks like it could be both. It goes in through the top of the head into the third eye. But sometimes it could be a direct transmission into the third eye to open it. But the energy comes down and through us. It's the life force of God. It's the Shekhinah. How much do we resonate with it? Because it really activates our connection with God. We have Jacob's ladder, which we discussed before. It's the pathway that the energy goes up and comes down. Our connection of the angels, as it described, right? Let me pull this up. Remember this? Jacob's ladder from Genesis chapter 28, angels coming up and down, can be viewed as the Shekhinah in our connection up to God. And the angels coming down is the Shekhinah. Shekhinah embodied as a messenger from God into our bodies. It's our connection. It's the pathway. Who's driving our car? There's levels of degrees: deluded, angry, violent, right? All are really negative attributes. Something more medium, or somebody disciplined, kind, just, intelligent, wise. Not reactive, but active, as a action, not a reaction that's involuntary. You're reacting, but it's a conscious action, not a compulsive reactive one, which often is not based in wisdom. As one develops and has a greater alignment with God, a greater transmission of Shekhinah that becomes more and more part of them, doesn't overtake anyone, but is the pure fuel. Then a reaction is the same as an action, because the alignment is such that the action without thought is pure. It's an alignment. The tree goes from being kind of bent. So I'm sure that's not the intent of this image, but I will take it and run with it. You're working on the path moves and left. The flow is not pure. There's breaks in the ladder. There's a couple rung missings. It's not well lit, right? This is a pretty good ladder. I would walk this ladder. We all walk this ladder if we're on the religious spiritual path. Whether we realize it or not, we're walking the ladder. Do good actions, mitzvot, trying to work with our thoughts, praying, mantras, all we do, going to services, right? Meditating, reading Torah, prophets, spiritual teachers of years past. Everything we do that's religious is walking the ladder, but that's a pure ladder. But our struggles, it's not easy. As we purify a ladder that's a little hard, not well lit, we stumble on it. That's because we're not able to resonate and fully see the pure ladder because there's obstacles. The ladder is pure. We go off or we miss a rung or we fall through because that's our mental state. That's what we're trying to clear. As we walk down the path, and we clear, the ladder doesn't zigzag, it's straight up. The central column is straight up. Our spines and our chakras are straight up. They're all lined up. Now, there's minor chakras like the hands and the feet, and even more minor, smaller, in different areas of that, knees and things like that. So there's different levels. But the main ones through the central column is straight down. The central column of the tree of life is straight down. That's what comes down, what comes up. It doesn't zigzag. It's when you're in alignment, remember, the left and the right sephirotes balance into the center. When we are not perfected, we bounce amongst all of them. Remember? Yes? Remember the left and the right, we're working on clearing, right? And when we clear, it moves to the center. We resonate and we feel it come down. And it does physically come down because we have blocks in our crown chakras that the energy doesn't really come in. Energetic blocks. Because there's gunk in our system. There's no room. The glass is full. Murky. It's a pure energy. It can cut through the murkiness, but there needs to be a little work to create a proper space for it to really settle because we're not in energetic alignment. I hate to use these words. We're too kind of impure to fully align and to resonate with the full flow. That makes sense? So as we clear up, the tap, the faucet opens from a small amount and it opens so it just flows through. And then it really starts clearing and the path gets easier because you're in the river and, well, the river of the Shekhinah, and you're moved along because you're in the flow. It carries you and clears you as you continue to purify, and the path becomes easier often. Now, there could be obstacles presented all in your life, but you have more tools to deal with them. You're able to call on God, do your mantras, do your alignment, and drop and pull out of yourself into your pure self to find that transcended space of wisdom that other people don't have, that eye in the storm, which is fresh and clear always. You know how to go there to see how to navigate. That's alignment. And we align with the pure force. This is why this image is so powerful. Each time I look at it, I'm like, wow. It's all the Shekhinah, the manifestation of God, of the Aleph, is the pure essence beyond name, beyond symbol, which is represented by the Aleph, the very essence of beyond essence, which isn't an essence, but it's an essence. It's beyond all conceptualization. Cannot understand it with our mind at all, but it's way beyond duality, everything. It's the essence, pure essence, unspoken, whatever God is. And it manifests more and more. The kingdom, the bottom, the manifestation of God would be 100% Emmanuel. All the way through is the manifestation of God's energy, which is the Shekhinah, always pure, always aligned, undefiled. Wisdom and action. Compassion follows wisdom. There's action and there's the wisdom. Wisdom, the feminine aspect of the Shekhinah, the action, the movement, what the wisdom causes to come about, the physical movement or thought or anything that's flows from the wisdom is the masculine aspect of the Shekhinah. So Eden, physical place or energetic place, which existed, would be considered the masculine form of the Shekhinah because it has space and matter or something. What it rests on is the wisdom that emanates through it. That makes sense? So this tree of life shows that all the currents that manifest are based on the purity of God when they're aligned. And that rests in us. Because there is always purity within us. And we work to manifest it. The kingdom of God, the cathedral within. The Shekhinah as the angel. Jacob's ladder had angels going up and down. This is the Shekhinah coming down, blessing through the crown chakra, activating the heart, the seat of God, the seat, S-E-A-T, of God within us, seat of love and compassion, which ideally motivates our actions. The more they're aligned with God, the more our actions, masculine aspect of the Shekhinah, aligns and is pure with the wisdom, which is love, alignment, the compassion before action, the female aspect of the Shekhinah, which fuels our compassion, which in turn should inform our mind on what to do. And it does it perfectly and aligned when we are able to touch in. And the flow is straight down. It manifests in kingdom, the last Sephiroth, which is our body. I told you one day I was going to integrate the chakras with the Sephiroth. I had no idea it would be today. The dots on the bottom are the colors of the chakras, from the root to the crown. Orange at the bottom, kingdom, is this chakra. And then it goes from there. The purple is the third eye. The blue is the throat. The green is the heart. The yellow, solar plexus. The orange is the sexual centers, but they're not linked to the sexual, but they are, but it's just kind of where it is. And then the red is the root between the legs, grounding, life, death, fundamental, very, very grounded to the essence of our existence. When they are aligned, those are the pure colors of their manifestation. They are murky. These would not necessarily be the colors until we've cleared them. Those colors would be the colors of a pure Emmanuel manifestation, because the Shekhinah, as embodied through Makut, which is our kingdom, becomes physical. Right? We're physical. So how does the Shekhinah work physically in our bodies? You see, the chakras is the physical aspect of our manifestation. It is not really, I think, at all touched upon in the Sifrot teachings. They're two separate modalities. Speak about different things. They don't fully line up. They're similar, they're related, but it's not a full symmetry, because they're two different traditions. Yet also they touch on each other. It's the physical manifestation of kingdom. We are the physical manifestation of kingdom. So in our bodies, how does that energy manifest within us? Yes? Physically. Our emotions. We feel the flow. I was contemplating over the last 2 weeks. I keep mentioning chakras to them, and I did give a little bit of the teaching last summer, I have to say. But I never really went fully into it. And I was like, why is it not coming up? Why is there always some other teaching, extremely profound ones, very happy with them? But chakras just, and I keep saying them, but I'm not giving a teaching. And I was contemplating, and there's two ways to share something, two different ways. Traditionally, one, the one that's most often taken, which has all sorts of problems, and I've discussed it, is to give something basic, and the student kind of figures it out themselves, and the teacher provides guidance, but doesn't lay out the path and leaves the students to kind of find it with occasional pointing and guiding where to go or what to look for or whatever. And the teacher doesn't give the teaching until the student comes to them and basically gives them pretty much the whole answer from their own experience. And then the transmission of the teaching occurs. People get lost, people get discouraged, people go down the wrong direction. It takes forever. I'm not a fan. But for those reasons, I've seen it in my friends, it's disastrous. From my opinion, in this tradition, it's just too hard. And we have to balance the modern world. There's a whole host. I won't even go into it. There's another one from another school of thought, which I also learned from. You explain everything. You have the roadmap. Notice my teaching style. I really give it all up. And then people are able to follow it. I give the map. You want to go to Paris? Here's how you go to Paris. Often they'll be like, here's a car, this is a road, here's Las Vegas, keep going in that direction. But then you encounter mountains, you encounter deserts, you encounter this, there's an ocean. Not going to describe that. That's the first school, not going to describe it versus the whole map. I realized with the chakras, the wisdom that manifested, that it never flowed to teach it, because it is so foreign to a lot of people. People think it's just not real. I didn't think it was real. People talk about chakras. Look, I grew up in the 80s. So people talk about chakras. I'm like, wow, the hippies were only 10, 15 years away. Now, when you're young, that feels like an eternity. Now, looking back, 15 years ago is a sneeze away. And chakras, this, I'm like, wow, had some good pot back then. Wow, they really got into like, what in the world, chakras? Well, until I started experiencing them and I realized the blocks, and my teachers explained it to them, were directly linked to the energetic blocks in my body. My kingdom and the energy of the Shekhinah was not flowing properly. Physical problems, a lot psychological and emotional problems. This is where the Sifrots can come in. And you clear it so energy flows, acupuncture, massage, stretching, mantra work, sitting in meditation in spaciousness. Is this all kind of linking in? Yes. You clear it, and you start feeling the energy flowing. So we've been doing a lot of clearing, and I hope you're feeling some of the energy flowing. Intuitively, my brain is, well, my alignment's saying 85% of you is. That's the movement of the energy, prana, energy, within your body. And as you relax and you get some insights, which I hope some of you have, those little aha moments, or oh my God, I feel it. Oh, I saw a light. Oh, I feel connected to God. That's the chakras lining up. So the Shekhinah, Kundalini energy, see, goes down this middle column, the Sephirots, the middle column, Jacob's ladder, up and down, right? Down through the chakras. So it's lining up and you're connecting to something transcendent, beyond you, third eye, wisdom, beyond us. Transcendental wisdom is a definition. Wisdom that's sort of beyond. Transcendental is a very interesting word. People should maybe look it up. But it's connected directly to the crown. The crown and the third eye are not even cousins. I would say they're basically almost twin brothers. I would say they're twins, but not identical. Whatever goes through the crown automatically interacts with the third eye. It is a highway. It's directly linked. It's just that's just the way they work. They work really in a pair. The rest are all linked, but there's blocks. The third eye doesn't necessarily resonate very well with the throat, or it could resonate with the heart, the green, but the throat's really blocked. And depending on your personality and how you grew up, people have different blocks. Like people have really great hearts and third eye, but they have problems speaking their truth. The throat chakra is so blocked they gag. That is my fault. My problem. Parts in my life, I literally couldn't breathe through the throat. It was so tight. That is a throat chakra problem. So there's different attributes. I'm not going into it right today, but the flow of the Shekhinah, that insights that you feel in your body, the movement of energy, you're able to get less tight and you feel a flow. I hope people have felt that 100%. Great. So that's the energy body and it's the chakras. The wisdom of the manifestation of me just going with the flow and not particularly how I would do it is because we live in the Western world. The wisdom of it is you experienced it before I explained it somewhat, hopefully experienced some of it. Therefore, it is not something you think that's out there. And this is where HP Shalom goes off the rails. Because now you have a sense of it. You have a taste of it. So your mind is open to trying to understand what you are experiencing because it feels hopefully a little real. And this is now the time to go into it a little more because I've explained the Sephiroths upwards, backwards, sideways, every which way I can. And maybe in the future, different levels of teachings will, through my study and maybe channel, will come through to increase that. But it's time to understand the physical body, mental states and blocks, which also are linked to the Sephiroths. From my study, I now feel more comfortable discussing the two. And I think if I remember correctly, last July or August when I spoke about this, I said I needed to do more investigation to deepen my understanding about it. And that may be why I stopped teaching at that point. I'm pretty sure I said that's why it's going to wait in the future or the next week, and it never happened. So with time in my deepening and what I've spoken in October, November, and then in January, February, a lot of the images I just showed, I feel confident putting the chakra points underneath Makut kingdom. We are embodied. We are the manifestation of the Sephiroths. Sephiroths only become physical in kingdom, Makut, the very bottom, last one. We have a body. They don't end. We're the manifestation, ideally, if you're 100% Emmanuel, pure manifestation of the pure Sephiroths in full alignment. You see? And if you look even at the traditional tree of life, you actually have colors. I'm not going to line them up. I don't know if they do line up at all. Different modalities, irrelevant. But you notice colors too. I don't know the colors. I might need to study that. Why this color and that? Or maybe it's just made it to look nice. I can't say for now. But even that has a sense that they are different. That makes sense? The white on the top, that is definitely intentional. That's just the way things are, period. Clear. Clear light, God, divinity on top. So the halo one sees over religious people, saints, Emmanuel manifestations that have come and gone, that's the crown and above. That's the kingdom Sephiroth, which also encompasses all of that in this paradigm. But does one sort of see? That makes sense? The crown chakra is also can be seen in white or in gold. So in the modern system, sometimes the third eye and the crown are both seen as violet, indigo. I've learned that it's more white or gold. So we're going with the gold. So this is heady, this is intellectual, but we're guiding our car and we need to understand the map. We can't get to Paris if you don't understand the map. This is the ideal state, ideally. Golden Sephiroths, all manifestations of the Aleph, into our physical body, which is the pure light, the rainbow light of our chakras being in alignment. And those are traditionally the colors associated with alignment. So just like the Sephiroths, we've got all sorts of murky colors. Our chakras have got murky colors because they're not clean. They're blocked. With different blocks, have different mental states, anger that are associated, inability to express yourself, hold your truth, talk back, throat chakra. Boy, I had throat chakra problems. A lot of people do. A lot of people have heart chakra problems, inability to love and to connect. People who are suicidal definitely have first chakra problems. People who have problems having strength, manifesting something, to go from thought to creation, to be able to physically build, that's solar plexus. So we all kind of see. You see, the heart is the green. The Sephiroths are not just out. So at the image here, which I haven't put through, whoops. Cathedral within with the stained glass windows. Stained glass windows, from that analogy in October, is the pure divine light shining through our bodies and our chakras. Stained glass windows have all the colors of the rainbow. Yes, that was intentional. I just didn't spell it out. White light from God split into our reality as colors. Divine light. It's the Shekhinah, the life force that flows through our body in traditional Indian yogic and as well as other traditions, because I did not study Indian. But it comes from that. But anyway, it's viewed and called the Kundalini. Kundalini energy. We've all heard that term pretty much. That's the Shekhinah. No Kundalini energy, you're dead. It's our life force. We talk about life force. That's the life force. Animates our hearts. Our hearts animate our brains. See? We become brain dead. The Shekhinah doesn't animate our brains. It passes through. The brains is not receptive to the life force. So as we work, so the Sephiroths also represent mental states that we have. When we're unbalanced in one or more Sephiroths that I've discussed, we tend to act in certain ways, less love or anger, problems thinking. It's all through the Sephiroths. There's a certain mental aspect. That's in our minds. So the Sephiroths also are in our minds. We have the top three, right? That's definitely above our heads, right? Then the others are also kind of embodied within us. I wasn't quite able to get an image that I was happy with because they don't fully line up. But we come to understand that this is a path of energy within our brain, and it also affects our body. See the crown, and then the left and the right, and then it gives rise. Remember the upper three are the divine aspects, the upper triangle, which in turn really influences or gives the empowerment to all the other sephiroths. Energetic down to foundation, and then physical manifestation. But this also exists on mind. Wisdom is one hemisphere of the brain, and the compassion active element, the masculine, is the other hemisphere of the brain. And do we see kind of the alignment and how the body is? Remember I said affects the brain, and how the brain is with our feelings in turn affect the body. Do we see the circular loop? Yes? This is the power of religion and spirituality. We're bringing in a third element because we have a feedback loop. How do you break this cycle that the body reinforces the emotions and the thoughts, and then the emotions and the thoughts reinforce the body? So people do yoga, acupuncture, and they read and they do meditation and they do chakra work, drumming. All these things really help with the physical aspect, right? But a very powerful way is to bring in religion, because then we start dealing directly and resonating directly with the Shekhinah. We work directly with the energy. We touch in. So the Shekhinah starts flowing more, and the rest simply dissolves. The impurities simply dissolve into the Shekhinah, because the Shekhinah is so powerful, blessed, anointed, because it's the energy of God Himself. The rest dissolves and goes away. With, as you go along the path, almost no effort, because there's so much of it. The momentum of the river just carries you right into the ocean. This is what I just said, a very, 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 very profound truth. We're bringing in the blessing and the grace of God, that divine assistance to help us on our road. We magically end up in New York and we don't remember Ohio and all the other states in between. The road, did we even travel those roads? We just showed up in New York and we just say, thank God I didn't have to go through that, because you hear people who did the in between and you're like, oh my God, that's horrendous. But because we touched into the grace of Yahweh, that divine anointing and blessing through the Shekhinah and through our actions and mitzvot, What we do, what we don't do, what we see, what we read, and what we don't see and we don't read, our conscious intention on our behavior, what we feed ourselves, how we treat our bodies, our families, our communities, aligns us or disaligns us with the Shekhinah. And the more we're aligned, we end up in New York or we end up in Paris, and we don't even know there was ever an ocean. But then people say there was an ocean, and you're like, oh my God. And there were storms on the ocean, and I didn't have an ocean liner. And I took on water, and I didn't have anybody to guide me. So I just got across the best that I could. And you're like, but for the grace of God. Yes, but for the grace of God go I. Well, we have the grace of God, so we didn't go that way. And this is the power of religion. The ones that are aligned. And the more you're aligned to the true source, aligned and related to, connected with the Old Testament, the Torah, the more you're aligned with the purest form of the Shekhinah and the purest forms of teaching, in my humble opinion, which gets you there the quickest, the fastest, the safest. And you don't have to go over the Rocky Mountains in Colorado and drive through that and all the twisting roads and going up to 10,000 feet and then going back down through the boring plains on the other side for hours and hours and hours. In fact, the ride is wild, interesting, zesty, and not as difficult because you start to understand and you come across teachings like this that is anything but boring. And you start realizing what's happening in your body and how it all links up. And you're like, wow. And it becomes mystical. This is very mystical, but it's not out there mysticism. It's practical. It's, in my humble opinion, the reality of what we're living, whether we realize it or not. And we're developing the tools to do it. And we start living our lives with intention. The intention of working on ourselves to try to reach for something. And a secret is not about reaching, it's about letting go. Because it's not outside of us, inside of us. There. Within. The cathedral of God is within. It's without, it's within, it's both. It's beyond understanding, hence the Aleph. Sense? But the reach for it, not quite the right word. It's making the momentum and the movement, the effort, the time, the reading, the doing. Mitzvot, going to services, reading Torah, doing practices of some sort or the other, listening to religious music, walking the path, that's the reaching. Walking the path is a reach. But as we walk the path and we do it, we realize it's about connecting within, and that's letting go. Of what? Anything that's not in full alignment with the Shekhinah, the purified parts of ourselves. Purified. 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 That's the ideal. How many people in history have attained that? Sadly, not many. So, how close do we get? A lot of people have gotten really close. And the road is not how close you can get, though. You know, some people like me would love to go the whole way. And most spiritual, religious people have the intention and try. And that's the road of walking it. You try. You try to be a little better each day, and you clear it a little bit each day. Like that saint with the stones. I remembered a little bit about his story. He had great spiritual power, except when he started, he used it all for darkness. He used his spiritual power to collapse a roof, I should look it up, on a building. It might have been the wedding of where his beloved was wedding to somebody else. Anyway, 18 people died. He had a lot of karma to undo. And he learned to clear the misuse and the darkness of his abilities, and he purified them to be an embodiment of love and wisdom, and lived in a cave his entire life and a source of inspiration and teachings. Not commenting on the teachings overall. Some might be good, some be bad. I didn't fully study him, and I keep it vague because it's not important. The idea is the path I'm teaching. Don't go into another tradition. It's the example of walking the path. He walked the path. He took the stones, all black when he started, remember? Each time he did something good, he put in a white stone. Bad thought, it might have been all the way to thinking, but definitely actions, black stone. Beginning, out of I think 100 stones, there was one white, 99 black, or was it 50? Anyway, whatever. Doesn't matter the details. And slowly and slowly and slowly, with time, to the point there was only white stones. And he wasn't faking it. He was always honest to what's there, where he needs to improve, and a little bit, and a little bit, and a little bit. Right? The saying is, hasten slowly and you will soon arrive. Hasten, get on that path, don't delay. Slowly, you do your work honestly. You don't grasp, because that's out of yourself. You relax in and you sink in. The momentum becomes still. We just have to drop in. At the base of the chakras is purity. So we just have to work through the force fields and the energies and the blocks and just tap into the purity that's within, because we are pure within us. I do not believe in stuckness that people think they're beyond redemption, or they don't have the right to relate to God because they're not pure enough. I am not of that opinion, because at the core of us, if I could find this image, this is at the core of each of us. It's just a question of how far it's buried and how little it manifests. But there is the pure aspect of ourselves always there at the core. Because if this aspect was gone, it's the Shekhinah fully perfected within us, which is always there. Because if that perfection left, then there's no Shekhinah in our body. Make sense? The Shekhinah itself cannot be made impure, and it wouldn't be the Shekhinah, and nothing can make God impure. So if the Shekhinah manifests in us, call it Kundalini, there always has to be pure Kundalini within us. Otherwise, without that, there's no life. So logically, the perfected parts of our purity of ourselves is always within us. Follow the logic? All this is very logical. There is nothing of faith in this. I go from both ends, mystical, God knows I love that, and logical. I'm, as you can tell, extremely logical. I use my mind. I have blessed with a certain mind, and I understand metaphysics just inherently. So the logic holds, therefore the paradigm holds. Therefore it has to be what it is. That makes it grounded. That means we have mental certainty. And therefore it's just a question whether we choose to do it and how much effort we put into it. It's not that we're all the same. Remember, we all have different balances of, so we're talking the chakra system. Some have more heart, some have more wisdom, some are more manifested in their solar plexus. Some have blocks in this and that, and God knows we all have blocks. But it might be 70% block here and 50% here and only 10 there, versus somebody who one person has a 10% block, let's say in the solar plexus, somebody who has 80 would manifest differently, correct? But in the purified form of us, we all have different strengths of pure chakras. Like the Sephiroth, some are more in a certain balance and frequency of it. Different colors of purity, you can see it. So my purified aspect of me will be different than my partner's, different than the neighbor, different than the rabbi, different than anyone on the planet, and possibly anyone who's ever lived. That's the uniqueness and the beauty that God has created us, unique, individual, and beautiful in His eyes. And that pure being, unique in all creation, is living with us currently. We can say that it's the high frequency, purified aspect of ourselves, but we can live from that place while we're here and live in that place of the Shekhinah where we have no thoughts because we're completely moved by spirit. Heard that term? We are motivated and we're a vehicle of the Shekhinah as the purified aspects of our manifestation. So if you're an active person would be, and you like manual labor, and that's where you are, and that's what you like, more of a solar plexus, less of a crown chakra, head, right? You would be building and you would have your alignment and wisdom and beauty flowing through that manual thing. If you're very compassionate, it would be flowing through maybe charitable work. If you tend to be more quiet, the words you say will be more profound than they were before. If you're more tend to speak more because that's your personality, what you share will be more in alignment with the Shekhinah. So there is no erasing of ourselves. That's the fear. I had that fear. A lot of people had that fear. It's actually the emergence of our birthright. It's the emergence here in Makut, in kingdom, of what we will become as we leave this body and ascend. The density, the fucked upness, the blocks will leave because they live in our chakras, and our chakras are tied to a physical body. And what lifts? The beauty and the love. Yes? That makes sense? Well, my cat wants to leave the room. So, to use an example, I've only seen one person die in my life. That's my father. That's why I keep coming back to that example. A lot of anger before, resentment. He was okay leaving it in bad terms with me while I was trying to find some resolution in that kumbaya, it's all good moment, which of course with him, his personality wasn't easy coming. But as he ascended, I played beautiful music around him. Most beautiful I had for hours each day. He didn't want to speak to me, and he pretended he was asleep. And how did I know he wasn't asleep? It's because when I started playing his music, his whole body shifted. So it was in complete alignment with his feet and his chakras to facing the speaker of the music. Body wouldn't do that subconsciously. It was intentional, and he let go into the beautiful songs, frequencies, notes. And he let go into it. It became a road. Songs and frequencies activate chakras and clear the body of tension and blocks. And ultimately, beautiful songs touch the heart and allows us to soar and to release our reality into something higher, hopefully, especially religious songs or songs with perfect notes and good lyrics, and ideally could be anointed or not. I mean, like religious music, right? Or normal music, but spiritual in nature with good notes. That clears the chakras, releases the mind, puts everything in the third channel. Right? I threw the whole book at him to make sure he would go to heaven, basically. Okay, let's just say what it is. I did everything I could to get my daddy home. So, and we had a beautiful moment where I told him I loved him, and his whole heart chakra lit up. Can't make this up. Literally saw all the breaks and all the pain that he was holding. And let me tell you, there was a lot. And I love you, which I think is the last words he heard while alive. Because after that, he lost consciousness. I saw, and I don't think he regained it if memory serves after that. And I was holding his hand and I said, I love you. I saw the whole chakra open, two times bigger than the heart with a white light. And I saw the energy connect with the top of his head and go up to the top of his head. And I said, oh, he's going home. When one clears, one starts getting the ability of the sight. You're able to see these things. And I'm sure most people could have felt it because the heart chakra really emanated. And it was circular and it was a white energy. We align. We release into love and into beauty, and we naturally, everything else dissolves. Because ultimately, that's the most powerful force there is. With that, I love you, all resolution of difficulties don't matter anymore, because at the end of it, you love. And the person gets the full healing from their regrets and whatever, and you go, and the Kundalini rises. Now, he's at the end of his life, so he just lifted from his body. But as we're embodied and alive, the more we align with the pure frequencies, the more we become alive, because we're not transitioning. Our bodies heal, our minds heal, our emotions heal. Then in turn, we can engage differently with our children, our pets, our partners, our neighbors, workers, our societies, our countries. We enter into a different way of being. We don't die of that heart attack at age 55 through stress because we're no longer engaging in that way and made different decisions or learned how to handle it in different ways or brought in ways of treating things to keep the tension from being so bad that we have that heart attack and we live to 85. Do we see everything changes? Our way we think, the way we act, the way we don't act, what we do, what we don't do, what we add our time to, and what we don't put our time to. We come back into alignment with the Shekhinah. We walk the path. Man at the bottom, open embrace. The heart chakra is open. We see here, can you see energetically to the front? The way his arms are and the way the arms are lower, that activates the heart chakra energetically. See, the third eye is activated. The light's coming through, and then you rise. The path is to enter into that alignment. We're working on our journey home. The importance is that we get on that path and we start walking. The beginning, it could be slow and we could have many mishaps or we regress or whatever, but we keep putting ourselves back there. And at some point, through that intent of always coming back, you don't fall off it anymore. And the walking that used to be challenging and an uphill climb was at the beginning, you're going against the force of your karma, which could be seen like a heavy wind. So you're walking into the wind. At some point, you walk and there's no wind and it's easier. And the mountains you're feeling, that only exists within the obstacles you have within yourself. They're not really real. You engage the same thing, but you don't have the mountains anymore. The mountains are the misalignment of your sephirots and your chakras. They're real, but they're not real. I think I explained that a while back. When you work with them, they dissolve. There are things to work through. And eventually, the wind is at your back, pushing you along. So the walk is easier. And then at some point, you realize your walk is like going downhill, less effort. And then at some point, You just arrive. And then there's different levels of that. But then it's a question of resting and trusting and letting go and letting something else move you. It's to trust, not when you want it, how you want it, or in each way you want it. It's trusting that the unfolding is perfect. Yes, that's a level of attainment. Yes, it's work. And yes, you fall in and out of it. And yes, it's not easy. But when you're there, you realize it's the truth. And you feel calm and nothing shakes you anymore because you have the trust that God is guiding it. And because you feel that, you align completely with the Shekhinah, that wisdom within you, and you make the right decisions and movement, that it becomes like a hot knife through very warm butter. Your life, everything. Because you pivot, you move. You don't fall into the pitfalls. You just naturally know how to be that perfect dancer in the dance of life and whatever. And if something you can't change, you'd be like, oh, well, that's the way it is. After you've tried to fix it, of course, but in alignment. And then you have the knowledge, well, I can't fix this. And then you rest in it. And that's the way it is. And then you work from that place. But if an opportunity arises to fix something that you would like to rebalance or not go in that direction, then that's wisdom to, of course, avail yourself of that. And you're open and you're not shut down. You're open to the wisdom and the beauty and the miracles of life. And then you could spot those things to sometimes arrange things that you thought were more, that's just the way it is. That clear openness, that alignment is the alignment with the Shekhinah. That's our birthright. That's Eden before the fall. Amen. Why don't we take a break? That was a lot of knowledge. But I just don't think it gets more complete than this. The details, yes, we'll get into the details over the next couple of weeks of the chakras. But this is the map. How to do it. Where we're going, how it works. And I hope over the last year or 2 years, or 2.5 years for those who have been with me from the beginning, you start get a sense that your body isn't dead, that there's a lot going within and it's all energetic. And this is the energetic body that people cannot find on an X-ray. And they think because they can't see it, it doesn't exist. Lord. I would say it's just so stupid. You can't see it doesn't mean it's not there. It just means you're not able to. But if you have the sensitivity of your hands, I can feel the energy of every chakra through my palms. It's the question of being attuned. It's the question of, oh, I feel a little this. Oh, I feel that. For me, it just happened once. One thing I felt. Actually, it was a very skilled practitioner who had a lot of power. He said, you know, I'm going to give you a favor. He said, what? He was very nice. I met him in a hot springs at a religious retreat. And I was just chatting with him very nicely. And I was interested in what he was talking. He was a chakra expert, Kundalini expert from a different tradition completely. He says, you don't understand. And I said, don't understand what? And he goes, yeah, clearly. He didn't put it that way. He was very nice. He said, I'm going to show you something. He put his hand on my solar plexus. And I felt this massive energy. I think it helped activate my chakras to his. He was pretty clean, so I was lucky. Not everybody's clean, so don't allow everybody to do that. And he goes, and I said, "Do you feel that?" I said, "Yes." And I said, "How did you have that power through your palms?" He goes, "That's chakras, and that's the building block of your body. And I'm showing it to you, and what you felt is real." And through that felt sense, I reevaluated what I thought about the chakras from the 80s, which I stayed through my entire life. And as I was doing my meditation in my tradition and other things, I started feeling things move in my body, which I hope you all have at some point. And I realized there's something there, and I began to investigate that feeling and how to work with it. And then I started looking for teachings that were clean. They were very hard to find, clean ones, by the way. And try to find masters that had it. And these are normally secret teachings. Why? I don't know. My main teachers did not believe in that these being secret, and I don't see why they are. Because look, it's not harmful. They always say, "Oh, it's harmful if you know this." How do you make this harmful? You have the ability, then you have the wisdom, and the knowledge could only help you. But by having the knowledge and you finding it, you learn the skills, how to work with it, to use that in your toolkit to engender change and healing in a quicker way. So you don't get 10% of the way in a whole lifetime. You get 10% of the way in maybe 6 months, a year, or 2 years, or the next day. By working directly with how your body is functioning, you're working directly with one of the feedback loops that links to the mind. Energy of the body has a frequency and an emotion. The chakras have emotions, diluted or good, purified or not, which the mind translates into an emotion. But the mind also will push an energy and an emotion onto the energy it gets from the body, which in turn will give rise to an action, which will create more blocks, bad karma, bad mitzvot, or good karma and good mitzvot. One will lock in your body further, continue the chain. One will purify and unlock your body, unwinding the chain. And so here we're learning how to work with our physical kingdom to use that direction to help us in our spiritual walk and do good tikkun in our lives, in our society, in our family, and everything we manifest. Good tikkun is walking more and more and in ever purer ways with the masculine aspect of the Shekhinah. We're going to pause there. So how about a 10-minute break? And people go to the restroom, nice glass of cool water, stretch. We're going to go into a more practice phase. There's a little more I want to say first, because the Shekhinah, everything I've mentioned is to create the framework that we're going to go from for the next couple of weeks as we discuss the chakras. And I hope now you see why we're going there. But ultimately, it's engaging with the Shekhinah energy, the Spirit of God. And we're going to switch into connecting with the energy, the mantra, directly. Because by going directly through that route as well, so we're moving from physical, energetic, to directly with the Shekhinah that's beyond our body and touching in to help it by that connection and bringing that energy through the sacred name into our mouths, into what we say, what we're feeling, trying to call in that energy that brings that energy in, which blesses us. And also that energy naturally heals everything, our minds and our body, because it's in the ultimate source of healing. Because the Shekhinah is a name for the Shalom being manifested, the peace of God. Amen. So 10 minutes, my friends. Hey, so if people could start coming back, um, I've moved to my prayer space and set everything up over there. So people can move to their prayer space and don't light your shrines yet. I have a few things to say, and then we'll um, do the last portion. Hey, Ooh. And there's a few things I wanted to mention before we sort of start on the next teaching, because I don't want to mention them at the end. Perfect. I get voice. It's like to be sure that I'm being transmitted and there's not a technical snafu. I'm kind of always been facing lately with struggling against what's occurring and how I would like it to be. And at least right now, this is not always the case, mind you. So, sorry, I'm getting into my meditation posture because I could speak best when I'm on the floor. Oh, gonna line up and crack the spine and get everything in alignment so I speak properly. So sometimes things don't, um, like, I don't know. I'm not going to speak too much about that, but I'm going to speak about where I am at and not generalize. Like, I haven't been particularly happy that the videos are all in the live section and not in the finalized video section, and they're stacking up. I haven't had the time. I've had so many things. I sleep 5 hours a night, but I do the best that I can. But I try and aim for perfection in everything without being obsessed in it. But at the same time, with HP Shalom, I really try. And then I realized this week, as I was refining some of the video music I'm doing and some of the lyrics, it was never quite where I wanted it to be. It just wasn't able to do it. And then I realized that's why I stopped editing them and finalizing them about 3 months ago. Because when I presented it, some of the visuals were as best as I can get them back then. And the songs were in the way that I could best get them, given all the circumstances in my life. But I wasn't certain that this was going to be the final presentation. And when I finalize a video, it's almost kind of locked in for prosperity, so to speak. And I didn't want images that I was still contemplating and maybe wanted to change a little bit. And in the last week, 2-3 weeks, things that I've sort of been chewing on, I've come to conclusions. And then I realized the wisdom in being unable, mentally and also time-wise, there was sort of a block of not finalizing everything. And where it stopped was in a video that had a lot of images. And I edited it, and then some things were missed. And I'm like, I'm not sure about this one. And they all have to be put in sequentially in YouTube. Otherwise, they're out of order. So if one doesn't line up, then everything after it kind of stops. The images are important. So when I was contemplating, I invited people to use the LF picture and see and make it the way it works for them. Because I was working at it and changing it. And the more I meditated on the version that's currently on the website, and it is not the first version that was put out. It was more on the green hue a little bit, which I didn't quite like. But the version that's currently on the website and has been on the website, and the version that I think everybody was either using or slightly adjusting, that's the official version. I've decided, I've meditated in front of it for months. I don't see how it can be changed and without altering the frequency and the presence that I feel to be correct, at least for right now. And I don't think it's going to change. It feels very aligned. So I invite people who've changed it to kindly either go back to the version that it came from, or just re-download the version on the website and try to make it work with what it is as on the website. Images, color, tone, how defined it is. It's all a transmission. It all has a frequency and a signature, and it just sits right with me. It just does. I wouldn't know where to change it, honestly. And that's the version that I'm going to put in these teachings 3 months from now ago. Because when new students or people relook at it, it all sort of needs to be coherent. And I don't want to put in things that possibly have a different frequency. And with the teachings where I was showing one and then the other, and you see the difference, that's going to get edited out. So it doesn't show energetic confusion and interfere with what's trying to be presented. And I realized that with the flow and trusting it, the solution sometimes as to why things are, however much we really don't like it, because I did not like that backup, realize, oh, thank you. These are little insights as one walks, that one begins to see things in that way and realize, oh, that was a blessing. Oh, I really didn't like that, but boy, if that didn't happen, boy, that would have been a disaster. And often you don't see it to hindsight. And that's sometimes, it doesn't mean everything that's arising in our life is great and good. That's 70s thinking, and that's just, I'm sorry, not accurate. Bad things happen, and they don't always happen for a reason. And when bad things happen, they're not always good. But sometimes when you look back, you realize, oh, shoes, that was painful, but oh boy, that shifted me, and thank God it did. But it doesn't make it any less painful at the time, and even there's still some trauma associated with the memories. But if we could remember that as we go through life and take some of that heat away, maybe there's a reason. You could try to change it, you can do it, but if it's stuck, you resist what's happening and it's happening and you can't change it, even though you've tried. Or do you realize, well, don't fight the storm, ride it through. And then wisdom and clarity opens up, and maybe you can ride it to get it to where you're going to go, wanted to go personally. But without that tight grasp and will to do it that way, the clarity didn't come to navigate, or the clarity to go through it with least pain possible, but the outcome didn't change. So with the videos is sort of an example of really didn't like it. It looked sloppy. It looked like I wasn't focused. I'm highly judgmental of myself, and I aim for perfection. There's a whole host of things I didn't like about it, but it just was stuck for a lot of reasons, just wasn't able to. But now I'm thankful, because how to edit it, which I knew it needed some edits and I couldn't quite. And now when it gets edited, and it's going to take some time because some of them are quite long, it's going to come out in a way that I will never feel I need to go back and edit them again. And when new people come through, they'll be waiting for them in a way that takes the wisdom of where I am today back then to make sure it has that fruition of all the wisdom that's come and practice and contemplations. So the Aleph is the way it is on the website. So please download and use that one. And then if there's another one that's your favorite, try to see what is HP Shalom trying to show with this one. How is the energy different? Why am I resistant to this one? And there's a contemplation. And sadly, I can't interject with you for whatever reason. It's just not one of these days I probably will be able to. I can't have a discussion, sadly, because I would love to discuss where people are resistant and to see their image and to try to understand and, maybe like, oh, that's a good one. I approve that one for everyone too. But until then, please try to work with this one. And also, I encourage people to download the Aleph Tree of Life, which is also on the website. It is an extremely powerful image. When I look at it, everything resets in me. It's a fruition image that just puts everything in context in one image. And I find it extremely powerful. And it's, maybe 2 inches by 3 inches long. It's a little rectangular. It's smaller than the Aleph Tree of Life, which I think I have at 6 inches by 6 inches. Which I find, pardon me. I want to give you the proportions because I really find that it works. I think it's the size that it is on the website if you hit print, but I just want to be sure. Thank you. So it was right. The Aleph is 6 by 6 inches, and the Tree of Life is 3 by 4.5 inches. Just check the 3. So if you could make yours that size, and it's not that I'm trying to impose control, is I'm trying to give you the benefit over 20 years of experience. You should be a certain distance away from your prayer space to view these images without it in the right proportion so it works with your body, your mind, your eyes, the right element of presence and frequency, and it's about the proper distance and the proper distance from the prayer space. Having it in these proportions, you will naturally put yourself probably in the right distance from your shrine, and you will understand why those proportions matter. Now, if for some reason you can't sit too close, then naturally you will need to be further back and have them bigger. But this is normally the size, the distance that things should be. And I am 5 feet, 3 inches from the shrine, from the wall, where the Aleph is about Let me give you that size too. It's very important because the distance and the size and the height of the aleph from the bottom of the floor will naturally help position your neck and your chin at the right angle. And then the eyes are at the right angle too. And remember, the candle for me is maybe, I'll give it to you as well. All of this will help put your body in the right physical posture so everything lines up properly. Now, of course, if you're in a chair, that's going to throw it off. Remember, I'm on the ground. I'm actually on the physical ground. I don't really use a cushion. I use like a piece of towel folded twice to provide a little bit on my knees, but I'm in the full lotus, and that requires solidity. Half lotus, you need a cushion that could adjust the up and the down. But all of this helps the mind center, helps one be able to let go and move inwards. It's important. These little technical things through years of experience helps make the path easier because you're working with the energy meridians of the body, the energetic pathways, like the nerves is a pathway, right? The placement of the bones, the placement of the neck, which affects the blood vessels going up to the head, affects the vocal cords, and affects the throat, which affects the throat chakra, also affects the energy from the back of the spine going to the top of the head, the Kundalini channel, which is actually up the middle of the spine. Right? Do you see all these different things? It's because it works with the physical body, which, as I've shown, affects the mind and affects our energy with the energy of God, our bodies and our energy with the energy of God. So physical placement is very important. And to be comfortable and aligned the best way you can, as symmetric as the best way you can. So I did full lotus for years. You switch from one leg on top every 15, 20 minutes, because if you're only on one, notice that your body's not aligned. You will find your frequency and your energetic body out of alignment because your posture is not even. So you can't do full lotus, which is always an even posture. So you switch back and forth every 15 minutes. So each side gets a little bit more or less, and the other side gets it, and it balances out. That makes sense? So if you have a short practice, optimally, however long it is, you should have the same amount of length of time on each side. It's about the balance. So I'm going to give a couple more measurements, and then we're going to move on. So candle to the wall, 6 inches. Bottom of the floor to the bottom of the aleph, 6 inches. Interesting. The aleph is 6 by 6, and I placed it about 6 inches off the floor. It's symmetrical. I like symmetry, but it also brings calm to the mind. It could be higher if you're on a cushion, mind you. So once you get a sense, you have to adjust it for you. If you're a tall person, it's adjusted. I'm 6 foot tall. So that also needs to be taken into account. But you get a sense. ultimately what you come with needs to feel good for you. But this hopefully provides a template on how to go about thinking about the placement. Sometimes I put the candle right underneath, but I have a little shelf that's high that I place it on. So it's what works for you that brings you calm. I hope this helps. And the tree of life, Aleph, is 2.5 inches. I put it to the right of the Aleph. So 2.5 inches to the right, of course, centered. So it's sort of, not to the top of the Aleph, but centered towards the middle part. So it's equal distance to the top and the bottom. So it's symmetric. A little bit off to the side so it doesn't take away from the Aleph, but it's close enough that if I look slightly to the right, there it is. The Aleph is always centered. So your prayer space in your altar should be the Aleph. Now, if you choose to have another image and do another thing, that's your thing. And that's fine. You have a different tradition, you use different things. That's fine. If you choose to do it this way, this is the way I do it. So I hope that's helpful. It's practical guidance, and take it or leave it. It's, meant to kind of show a placement of things. Right now, my prayer space is very simple, but I've had some that are very elaborate with different type of candles, different arrangements, and it felt good to me at the time. And I had sacred objects, prayer beads on it. Right now, my prayer beads are not on it. It changes, and it works with you. It's what helps you feel that calm. You feel the shalom and you rest. That's the sweet spot we're looking for. I've also worked with the songs and the words in the songs. And that's one reason I'm glad I didn't do the edits. I can go back and switch in the songs that I played with the songs I'm going to be using. The same ones, but I didn't like the way the words were. And I was like Misha Berka. I don't understand why the singer doesn't quite align correctly with his chorus. They're saying different things. And then the El Nerfa La La at the first one also mixes in the low, which I don't understand. And the La that the singer isn't the low, and then the chorus says the low. And then the second refrain, it's all low. Look, I like symmetry. It don't make sense to me. All of it should be La at the first one and all low at the beginning, and the singer and the chorus should line up. So I imposed it on the sing chart how it should be. But as I was singing along for weeks, it threw me off because they weren't synchronizing to what I was trying to sing. And I'm like, this must be happening to my students too. So I redid the sheet, bringing in what I felt was the prominent voice, either the chorus or the singer for that particular verse. Whichever one I felt energetically was dominant was the low and the la that I put on the sheet, you will see. I think that will help us go more with the current of what the song is than kind of resisting it as to what I think should be in a more balanced way. The low and the la should be 50-50. It's not. It's fine. It's a beautiful song. They did a wonderful job. We're so blessed they did it. I've stopped imposing my will and realized this needs to be adjusted. So in the middle of the week, when Hopefully, I promise around the middle of the week. I'm no longer promising today or tomorrow because it never seems to happen, and I feel bad about that as well. So I will put up the new version of that song, and the El Na Refanala needs a little tweaking too. So I'm going to do that, and they'll be back up. And the Anna Kabur, the lyrics weren't always showing in the version they had on the web. So I've edited it. So every part, all the verses now show through the song. And they had a little gap where one part started and there was a little click. So I went in the audio track and smoothed it out. So it's now perfected. So everything's evolving. And now I could put that into the previous versions. And in a way, I'm using this as an example, not just to explain a little bit what's going on, because it's not at my 100%, but also to show to be kind with ourselves. We do the best we can, and sometimes there's a reason, and sometimes it's not the right time, and we're not in the right place to do it, and we don't have the knowledge or the wisdom to do it optimally. And then sometimes it just slips. And then we just go back, we do it, and realize that's part of the path, and we're human beings, and we're not hard on ourselves. And then sometimes we explain. So people are like, oh, that's why he did that. Oh, he did care. That happens to everyone. And then there's an understanding, and then there's a re-entering an alignment for something that was maybe not quite fully perfect. And I use that as an example because I think all of us have those aspects in our lives where we're like, eesh. And then it's not shiftable for whatever reason. And be light. Doesn't mean you let it go and you never fix it. Or later on you realize it doesn't need fixing. Or the time comes and you do fix it. Being hard is an energetic block. It constricts the flow. Relaxing, seeing it, being with it, opens things up. Things are relaxed, things move. Clarity is found. Things are open, fog lifts. Because the chakras and the sephirots, the Shekhinah that flows the life through our body, is able to move, is able to infuse. And like the sun, burns off the clouds, burns off the fog. And then things disengage. They move, the blocks resolve. And it's the power of the names of God, the power of our practice, the power of our mitzvot, the powers of how we engage and orient, the things we put on our lives to remind us of God and the path we would like to walk. So we see it and we're like immediately brought back. Oh yeah, little reminders. That helps dissolve the fog and we enter an alignment. And then we're walking with God. It's simple, isn't it? Walking it, not so much, but conceptually it makes sense. And that's the path. So I have pictures on my phone and I have some as wallpaper on my phones and electronic devices. So when I see it, I'm brought back in whatever I'm doing. That moment of fresh air. Like, oh yeah, ooh, my awareness. I see that I left. Oh, my awareness. Or I see a sacred image or something or name of God or the tree of life Aleph or the traditional Sifrot. So some image of your tradition, and you're like, oh, you're right in the middle of an angry text, and you see that, and you're like, oh, deep breath. Oh, where's my grounding? I'm not grounded. And then you write it, and then you realize, there might be a better way to write this. This is going to destroy a friendship. I like this friendship. You know what? I'm not going to send the text right now. Calm down, get my thoughts together. And then you realize this is not text worthy. We need to have coffee with this friend and talk it through like friends and resolve. A text could be disaster. It is the wisdom with the space. Or, you know what? I don't want to deal with this person. They're toxic. I don't want to be in their presence. A text needs to end this. It's the best way. Wisdom. It's not pointed in one action or the other. It's what helps us get to the right action. And that requires the clear seeing of being alignment in our body, the balancing of the sifrot. How do we go about doing that? So just go back a pinch. So I invite people with some of the images I put up, download it on your electronic devices. Put it up on your wall as a reminder. If you're feeling very devout, putting it next to your desk. So when you look up, you're reminded clarity, openness, alignment, right action. Remember to return in alignment when you're thrown off. Living in wisdom. Inhaling the breath of the Shekhinah, calm of Shalom. And it also blesses your room, blesses your devices. Bring some holiness into it, an energy that emanates from the seeing of this, of what it is, that touches your eyes. The symbols that are holy engages things in a different way that helps you connect, that brings energy into your life, that hopefully helps you a little bit. And so these are little things one can do that help. They support. Friends along the same path support. I hope I support. I hope the legacy of what's on YouTube that's accumulating in one shape or the other is of support. And our prayer life and connection to the Shekhinah and God is a huge support. Massive. Plug in. Work on your plug. Clear the plug. The juice is there. God is waiting. Always waiting. He's a gentleman. He doesn't impose. But yet, he's in so many things that are sacred. He's there. Once invite the flow in. So the flow. Can we connect with the flow? Yes, we can. I love energy. We want to invite the energy of the Shekhinah. It's a name of God. Interestingly, I don't think I've seen it as an official name of God. I have to do some more research and see. I don't believe it is. But I was working on it and I was contemplating on it 3 or 4 weeks ago, and I was on a hike. And I was a little ill. And I was kind of a lot ill, but beside that, I couldn't connect. And I'm like, the Shekhinah. And I started contemplating and saying the name, and I realized it had a lot of power. The name calls in a certain aspect of God, right? So Abba, Elohim, Hashem, Adonai, Yahweh, right? Emmanuel have different energies. And as we've learned and we've worked with them, adding Rapha has different energies. Yes? So the Shekhinah, and they're literal. Shekhinah, right, is literally presence, living presence of God, living energy. The peace of God, the indwelling divine presence of God. There's other definitions, other ways to see it, but I kind of like it this way, and I've described it many different ways this today. When we say a name, we call that energy in. Like we think of a person, right? So we say their name and a person appears in our mind, like David, right? If we know a David, that energy of who he is and his personality comes to us because it's associated, right? And a Shekhinah is a holy name. So the power of the Shekhinah is directly linked to the name. So we say David, pure, impure, false, young, old, what he did to us last week, but was really great to us a year ago. All these things are linked in that association. The Shekhinah is pure. It's literally the Spirit of God. So when we say the name Shekhinah, I don't think we've met anybody on this planet who has the name Shekhinah. We could be pretty sure. And if there is, we probably haven't met them. It's a pure name. It's not associated with anything on this planet. If anything, it's in the holy texts. So we have a holy association with the name, and I hope I've imparted the holy aspects of the name. It's very, very powerful. It's a very, very old name. So when we say the name Shekhinah, it connects to that aspect of the name, to the name. And it's a real thing. And because people and holy people and people have prayed and read over it for centuries, it is directly linked to that from our end and definitely from its end to us. And it exists within us. So it's not so much out there, it's also within. So we resonate to the pure aspects within us, as well as the Shekhinah that's outside or in another dimension that comes into the crown chakra. You see, within, without, both, neither. Do you see how this all works? And as you're further along, you really don't care because you're in the bubble of it and you're just in it. The question doesn't even arise because you're being bathed in it continuously. You're bathed in the presence, or you feel it, and it's just what it is. It's like air. Is the air inside, outside of us? It's also in our lungs. You know what I mean? You really don't care because you're in air. Like you're in the water. You're in the water. You really don't think I'm here, the water is there. You're in the water. You're just in the water. You're in the soup, right? So when we call it, we bring it in like medicine. Because bringing the Shekhinah in heals the misalignments we have. Bringing the Shekhinah in, like the name of God, heals it. But the Shekhinah has certain attributes. It's the inward dwelling of God. It brings it up, but it also brings it down. I think hence why the chakra teachings have materialized now and not before. It was too soon. Now it's perfect timing, which I could not have planned on my own. The Shekhinah comes in through the crown and infuses into our body, which is made of energy, which affects the physical aspects of our body and affects the emotional aspects of our mind and our thoughts, the temperature, the turbulence, the coldness, the stillness of the energy that is all within us. That makes sense? So by bringing in the purity of the Shekhinah, saying out loud, we hear it, it vibrates through our throat. We've spoken about that. And it also brings it in because the Shekhinah is above. Outside. I mean, you don't work from the outside. It doesn't mean that the outside doesn't have a vital part on our path as well. Here's one. Right? Enter through the crown chakra, through kingdom. I think there's an extra bubble, an extra sifrot down there. I do the best that I can with the tools available, but you get the idea, huh? This one. This one I made sure was fully accurate. Otherwise, I wouldn't have put it right down to the colors. So we see Shekhinah above, coming down, right? The Aleph tree of life, the Shekhinah, through the colors. We could see the Aleph embedded in each, which isn't there, but right, each one is an Aleph. You want to see it that way. The purified Sifirot, which is above, of the purity of the energy manifesting into kingdom, which comes into the crown, the purple, which also is the orange, can be the crown, and that's the way I see it. The halo. And then the white as the crown, or the golden as the crown. Gold's on top. You see? So the Shekhinah enters through the crown, the highest dimension of our body, where God comes in. Kundalini goes up, Kundalini goes down. That's Jacob's ladder. From the bottom, between our legs, to the top of our head. That's the architecture. So when we say Shekhinah Shalom, well, I just felt my whole skull just pop. Because it really brings in, and I'm seeing energy flow in. It's exactly what I'm trying to describe. Now that my crown chakra is tingling, it comes down and in. That empowers all our mantras. And it has a certain frequency and way it works. The Shekhinah is very active. It's a very active presence of God on this planet. It's a very holy name. I believe it's a manifested aspect of God, which it is. I think the traditional texts agree with me as well. So when I was doing that walk, I'm like, why don't I try that name? It makes sense. Intellectually, I'm like, that should, and I know it's powerful. I love that name, and I've been working, I've been studying. I'm like, why isn't it a mantra? And I'm like, because it's not traditional, so you didn't put it on the sheet. It never occurred to me, so I tried it, and I was blown away. 2 repetitions, 1, and I'm like, oh my God. The second one, oh my God. I'm like, oh, this is a thing. I have to share it with my students. So I'm sharing it with you. It's a thing. It's real. And so I'm going to add it to the list of the mantra list and put up a new one midweek. And we're going to do the practice now. Do the mantra together. Do a little practice. And I invite people to do it with me. I didn't teach it yet before because I said it in a certain way. Didn't know if I wanted to share it in that way. but I've contemplated it, and I would like to share it in the way that it came to me. So maybe you get the same experience that I had. And I consider this to be very sacred space. I try to maintain a sacred space with sacred symbols. I even work with the sound of my voice. And as you notice, the microphone's better and things as I'm able to grade things. So it all has a certain sacred frequency, hopefully, that helps me and everyone. So we'll do it. We'll do it the way it came to me. And we'll continue and do the practice together. And I hope you have an experience. And I hope this new name to the list of the names of God blesses you and opens something and heals, because it's really blessed me. And there were blocks, and I felt like I got to the next level because of it. And I wanted to really share it from my heart to yours, and also from God to you, because this is meant for all of us to help us on our road, to help those who have the intent and desire to grow closer to God, who wish to return to Him when this cycle of life transitions to something else. And hopefully, with all of us, the energies will leave through the top of our head as we ascend in beauty and in love and in great bliss. I saw great bliss, just boundless bliss beyond and everything left behind. And a new life where everything is pure and aligned, and there's no more imbalances or pain. And we could start living that life today. And we could start bringing some of that energy into our world that very much desperately needs it. And one way of doing that is really working with ourselves. Touching home, touching inward, touching in with our cathedral within, making our body a temple to Hashem, a temple of Yahweh. May we always be a blessing. Amen. So we're going to practice, my friends, finally. I find it, now we know the framework. We understand why we do what we do, how it all works, and hopefully how it all makes sense. Even if the tradition is a little foreign, we see how it might help us on our path and open a different way of access that helps us to the goal we've always had, to live better and purer lives. So, Shekhinah Shalom, everyone. And so if you can light your shrine, we're going to do a little practice, and then I'm going to say the name that came to me reverently. And I hope it blesses everyone. And then we could all move together and do, if you feel so called, Shekhinah Shalom, or the name that I will mention if you wish to do that. And we're going to do that practice together. You'd say it a couple times, and if you want to stop there, you can. After I said it a couple times, I couldn't say it anymore for a while. Things were opening, and I felt, oh, okay, and I sat with it. Yeah, I was hiking, but I just couldn't, I just was, wow. And then that was it for then. And then it opened up more a couple days later, and now it's no longer the thing it was at the beginning. So it's at your own pace. Or you could say repeatedly, because that's where you are now. And so it's up to you. So kindly light your shrines, put up your incense to God as an offering of beauty, of sacred scent, as an offering of your love, your devotion, your care, your desire to connect. That activates the phone line. Says, this is not mundane. I am not doing normal things. I'm here to connect with you, Lord. I light the candle to bring in your presence, to bring in your Shekhinah, so it could be the living presence of you in front of me as I pray and I lift up the incense above my head reverently, holding both hands. Be slightly in front of you, of course, or higher, whatever feels, but it should be above the top of your head. To be with a little bow as an offering, saying, I come in a sacred way. And I sent a beautiful sacred scent as an offering to you, which is traditionally has been used by many traditions throughout millennia. The burning of sacred wood. And you begin. So why don't we all do that together? Look, let's do 5 minutes so people can go to the restroom if they need to. And but please maintain a prayerful presence. Try not to speak with anyone. You don't want to be thrown off the momentum, the space you're in. And just, just do you what you need and then come back and light your shrine. Find your right posture. So 7 minutes. Yeah, give everybody a little time. See you soon. Right. So maybe a little stretching of the legs. Try to stretch whatever's a little stiff in your body. Not so much a stretch to get there, but you kind of hold it. So you don't overstretch, but you go to where there's a good amount of tension, which doesn't tear. It's not too much, but enough that if you hold it, there's an availability for it to give a little bit. And then you breathe and you breathe into it, you relax a little bit, and then you see if you can go a little deeper. So it's not getting to 100. It's sort of, oh, I get to 60, and then you put a little pressure, you relax, and then suddenly the next time you do it, it's a little deeper and a little deeper. And that helps relax the tension, and then the energy flows more. And then when you practice and pray, you're more comfortable. The more comfortable you are, the less tension. The more centered and balanced and open you are, then there's more room for the mantra and its energy to circulate and infuse and for you to feel it, because it has less to work up against. There's more room in your cup for it to come in and to settle and to deepen. Yes? So I hold the posture, and then you breathe in through the nose. This is not through the mouth. The nose, it activates a channel. I mean, it's an energy channel through the nose. It's yogic. You put it in through the nose and you exhale through the nose. So you feel the tension, you inhale through the nose, you feel that it heightens the tension actually. And the exhale, with practice, you'll actually feel the tension leave. The energy actually leaves through the nose or radiates out through the skin. And you will find you're able to go deeper, and then inhale through the nose and you exhale through the nose. But it's a natural lengthening of how much you can stretch. You'll naturally just become more supple. So you're not pushing into the stretch. You're naturally able to stretch more. And that's working with the energy and the breath. The air moves energy. Muscle aches, things in the body, karma. The breath is a very, very powerful tool that once you know how can be used to help things circulate that don't belong. We're not meant to hold stress. We're not meant to hold things that cause our muscles to ache or cause injuries to last and not be cured. Yes? So let's do a couple stretches and we'll begin. How are we doing? Are we ready? So especially when you start mantra practice, really want to take the time at the beginning to make sure you feel good and everything's aligned, because it's the first couple times when you do it, you're really activating the place. And it's easier to do that connection if you're not feeling a constriction. And as you get the momentum of the practice and the name, and you start feeling that energy in the presence and the healing it does, you have that to help you if you feel a pain or a constriction. And then when you move, then it doesn't throw you off because you have that momentum that you've built up. Does that make sense? And if you have pain, it is perfectly fine. Or you find yourself too tight, I pop Advils. It's my best friend. Nothing wrong with using medicine to help you. Advil is very good to relax muscle and tendon tension. Which helps you relax more, then you maintain that stability in your body, less pain. The greater the flow, the greater the movement, the greater relaxing of tense muscles. For me, it's always the legs. Then the greater the healing and the less that you need to use of the Advil going forward, because you're availing yourself of a modality that assists your practice, like a glass of clean water, refreshing, cool, especially if it's mineral water that has no chlorine in it, right? You brings that clean water element that's cooling to your body. Too cold puts it in shock. Hot doesn't help, should be lightly cool. Or if it's the summer like it is now and the AC is not on, you have it a little cooler to maintain the proper temperature. But the water element, like rain, cleans, helps things move. So there's blood and energy. Then you're bringing in water, which is neutral and refreshing. It helps clear. So when you meditate and you take that cool water, that also helps things leave. It balances out dehydration. A lot of meditators have big water bottles next to them. They also use it to distract themselves because they drink all the time. So they put their tension they feel to a movement as opposed to thoughts, and it's an escape. So be careful. But for the most part, it's a good opportunity to bring that the fluidity of water, like a stream, right? And it helps bring in the flow. You're allowing the energy to leave. You're allowing energy to move. You're allowing your muscles to realign, to crack. You're allowing yourself to stretch during it, to bring yourself into alignment, physical alignment, which allows the pathways of energy to align so energy can move. We have little energetic beaver dams all over our body. Some water gets through, some energy gets through, but if it were all clear, the flow is easy. And naturally, the body is made to release energy. Energy comes into the left hand, it leaves for the right. Leaves through the right foot, leaves mainly also through the top of the head. But when things are blocked, it pools within, and things that should remove get stuck, which causes further blocks. That makes sense? So by working with flexibility, working on stretching, taking that Advil if you need it, helps open the cracks you feel, especially when you're older, or the release of tension of muscles or tendons, which is probably any age, right? After 38, you start feeling cracks, right? 32, 35, as you realize things are not like when you were 18. And that is a realignment. The pressure has released through your practice. The steadying of the thoughts releases the pressure in the body. The mantra infuses something from outside or inside, right? Which in turn relaxes and heals, which relaxes the tension, and things crack and move because they're not in position. And what holds them in that out of position place is the energy. And when things relax, it cracks and moves, and you feel to stretch and to bend and to put your arms over your head. And you go slowly at the beginning, but after a while, you're beginning to understand that you're moving things and they're moving back into alignment. And so when you're done, you go forward with the energy more moving where it should. And that brings healing because it calms your thoughts and your mind, your emotions, which in turn causes the body to relax and realign, which in turns allows the Kundalini to go to the top of your head, Jacob's ladder moving up, and then the blessings coming down, which helps it to go up, which infuses your body. You see the upward cycle? We're normally stuck in a downward stuck cycle. This actually undoes it all. Make sense? There's a thought I had escaped, and that's okay. No matter. So, practice. So, I'm going to line up, and people are welcome to do at the beginning, especially whatever name of God comes to them that helps them line up, that feels like home base. You can say it several times, many times, but not too many times. I'd like you to just see if you could find that presence to sit in. It's a level, but it's when you kind of done it enough that you feel that connection that you don't need to do it as much. No more than like 30 seconds or a couple times might be enough. And then the best you can, you look at the left for the sacred things and you rest in the place, that temple that you've created through your intention and your practice and your prayer space. And I'm going to pray, and then I'm going to start saying the name of God, which hopefully will bring a certain presence of the Shekhinah in. And then I'm going to continue that. And then you are invited to continue with that name, or you can change it to a name that you feel called to do or more comfortable to do. So it's open. But kindly leave the Shekhinah at the end. So a name of God, then Shekhinah. We're doing a Shekhinah practice. Okay, so let's keep it on that. But you could use the name of God you wish. But first, we are starting with whatever name you normally use. And then you'll see when I transition, because I'll do it audibly. And then we're going to move into that for a while. And then we're going to connect with our beautiful space that we're cultivating using the name Shekhinah. You could use it by itself. Now, if you have an experience and you feel like you need to stop and just be in that, then you do that. Everybody is at their speed. Everybody does what they feel called to do. And at certain times I do a lot. Certain times I do no more than one. There's no right way. It's very fluid to the day. It's fluid where you are, and it's fluid to where you are on your path. I've been doing this for a while. But then there's people who can be exactly where I am after 3 months, or for some, they'll never get it and it'll be 80 years. Do not block yourself in. That's a block. But also don't be discouraged. Yeah? Trust in the blessing and in the alignment. And I remembered what I wanted to say. When you feel cracks and you want to move, you go slowly. You don't want to stretch it and throw something out or hurt yourself, because there is greater flexibility. So you go careful, because some of that tension that was holding it in place, that same amount of effort that you used to do, and because you don't realize the holding has diminished, you'll possibly stretch. So as you're learning your body and what happens, you start slowly. So you come to an understanding the process, how your body is reacting, and how to go about stretching, because it's not just stretching, it's stretching in conjunction with these practices. So it's a different modality. So you have to learn how to go about it. And you'll find yourself stretching in ways you've never thought you would stretch, because you're stretching things that normally people don't stretch, part of their bodies or things or blocks that you see, and you realize, how do I stretch this? You could look online, ask a yoga instructor, or figure it on your own, but you got to go gentle. So it's a yellow flag. Don't hurt yourself. And if you have physical problems, like your back's really problematic, be careful if you want to stretch your back. You have to know yourself and then go very slowly. And if you're seeing a doctor saying, I want to do this kind of stretch, and would this, you think it'll be helpful? And how could I go about doing it safely? You go slowly. And then with time, you might be twisting yourself in positions that you never thought was possible. When I saw somebody sitting in full lotus, the entire meditation session every single day, I became friends with him. Very nice guy. He did Ashtanga yoga, the most difficult type of yoga, and he muscular up on his head. I'll never attain that level of flexibility. I don't even delude myself to think I would. But I said to him, I don't think I would love to do full lotus. I never thought I could. He looked me right in the eye. He goes, Christoph, I guarantee you, if you continue the way you are, you will. I'm like, there's no way. My legs aren't that flexible. 3 years later, boom. So you always be open to the possibility. Be open to finding postures that one day you come across and you ask a friend something, and they send you a page of a high-level yoga book that you would never have access to, and boom, you see the posture you've been doing for the last 6 months. You're like, how in the world? And then you realize the alignment of energy is something that's universal. And as you trust and enter into alignment, your energy, your intuition aligns with the Shekhinah, as it's aligned with the Shekhinah of people over the ages. And you realize that you're just where you need to be, but because you went slowly and carefully and you didn't rush into anything, you arrived there safely. And it's a confirmation that, oh wow, don't limit yourself in what you think or you can't do, but also don't overdo it, and trust the path, trust the process, and don't compare you against what somebody else can do. I guarantee you, you can do things that they can't, and vice versa. Open yourself to God, open yourself to the Shekhinah. Open yourself to presence with a capital P. So we're going to do that now, my friend. Stretch again, maybe if you feel called to, because I've just been time and I need to stretch with my stretch. Those who want to use their prayer beads, put them in your hands, move them with your fingers, warm them up a little bit. That activates the energy that's in them. You're putting your life force into the energetic construct of the stone. Or you leave them by your side until you use them. That's all up to you. When I start, I always have in between both palms, palms between the pecs, the fingertips pointing in the right angle that you feel that release in the heart center. You feel your spine centered. Your butt is rooted in the earth. It's solid. It's not mushy, but it's yet comfortable, providing support to the spine. Yes, we are getting all physical into the yogas because this is how you work with this. So with the angle of the hands, and you close your eyes, when it's at the right angle, you will feel an openness in your chest area. So if you put it close to your face, feel that, you move it down, you will feel a spot that it releases. And that's where you hold. That centers your mind and your kundalini, and you feel your whole body relaxes. And the energy settles, right? So you found the posture that causes the energy settling in your body, and then you will find your mind settling. And that's before you even start. That actually is the start. But you notice you found the posture that already positions you in the right place to make everything that follows easier. The posture of the legs, the stretching, lighting of the shrine, the incense, the position of the aleph. You have a prayer space, it's quiet, you got the water, you have the white cushion for what you're doing. You have a mala if that's what you use, and sometimes you need one to help you. Or you need one and it's fine, or you need one because you like one, or you have it as part of your practice because that's what it is and it helps ground you. Doesn't matter the reason, or you don't use one. Everything is put together to cultivate the right energy of the body and the mind to create the environment, the conditions to have an optimal practice. And whatever happens is optimal. So we're not grading it, but we're doing everything. So we start off so it flows as it should. Because we have control over all the elements I mentioned because they're external acts of intent. The rest of the unfolding is what happens. We have to let go, allow the practice. We don't force it. You don't desire anything. That keeps it from happening. You merely do it. You're clocking it in with discipline, but also openness. The conditions I said are all things you can do. Those are the things you have control over it, so you do them. You go in with right intent and you're maximizing the chance that whatever. And at the end, even if you think it was a fiasco, even if you couldn't keep your thoughts, even whatever, there's no judgment. That was perfect. It's where you were. It's what happened. You clocked it. You did the instructions to your best you could. That's an A plus gold star 100%. If you think otherwise, look, I've never said that before, but then you're really disagreeing with me and it's really wrong. Not disagreeing with me, but that thought will hold you back because that's attention. Whatever happens in the practice, you are meditating. One of my greatest teachers, who I love dearly, said, going back to the practice of meditation, no matter where your mind wanders, even if you were gone for 99.9% of the time, realizing you're meditating and bringing your mind back to what you're doing, even once, that's meditation. I.e., you're doing it 100% correct. We're opening to flow and openness in our body. There is no judgment here. There's no more advanced, less advanced, a good meditation, a bad meditation, a good prayer or a bad prayer. That's judgment of the mind, and it will block your body and it will slow your ability to actually have, quote unquote, good meditation and really get somewhere. So the concept is there because there's a path. But where you are on the road is not to be judged anything. The openness, the ability to just go with the river, and it takes you where it is, and you clear what you need to clear, and you just put in the time, the effort, and the learning to try to do it with the right forms, and you practice it, that is 100%. That's working the path home. Whether it's how you like it to be, or how you think it should be, or how it's like to the person you share it with, that's not an assessment that should be made. The assessment is, am I putting in enough effort and time and care and desire? Am I making it meaningful in my life? Am I trying to make it more meaningful in my life? Do I have the desire to deepen it and take the time to do practices to help deepen it? And at the beginning or throughout your life, no, you really don't care to, and things happen, and that's part of the practice too. But then you're called back. And sometimes with that little break or a big, well, hopefully not a big break, you just jump into a whole new level and you realize you needed that little break. Because you were overwhelmed or things happened, but you keep coming back. You have an issue with God, well, you know what? That happens. Something horrible happens. You're destroyed and you blame God. Well, I wouldn't recommend it because there's another way of perceiving that. And I think I've spoken about that in the past, but it happens. But once you see it, do you heal it and do you come back? The human condition to blame when something horrible happens. And sometimes you blame someone that probably, in my humblest impression, humble opinion, shouldn't be blamed. That's not the problem. Well, not the best thing, but do you make amends and you come back in relationship after things have cooled down and try to re-engage and come to an understanding of why it might not be his fault, or come to a resolution so there's repair. We are repairing our relationship. We're choosing to repair. We're here to repair to the Shekhinah, to the true essence of who and what we are, the life force that gives us life. Yes? A little different than the Shekhinah. I want to walk that back a little bit, but I think you get the sense of what I'm saying. So we manifest the purest aspects of ourselves. So we're lining up our fingertips. So people who feel called to can start with the Shema. Say it out loud if they wish. And see if I could say it for you all. Feel free to sing it with me if you feel called. Ma Israel Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad. Yahweh Shekhinah, Yahweh Shekhinah, Yahweh Shekhinah, Yahweh Shekhinah, Yahweh Shekhinah. Yahweh Shalom, Yahweh Shalom. Shekhinah Shalom. When you say the name of God, used to say with Shekhinah afterwards, you can put your awareness around your crown, the upper part of your head, as you say it. It's calling forth the embodiment of the Shekhinah down into your body. You can feel it tingling, or movement of the energy. And that's the Shekhinah. And it's literally the blessing of God. Take a breath or two through the nose and just feel like when you breathe in, your nose is breathing in from towards the bottom of your spine. And when you breathe in, you feel it sort of raise up through your spine, and you exhale and relax. And you'll feel a relaxation in your body because you're inviting the energy to sort of release upwards, which is where the body, the energy is normally released from the torso up. And by doing that, you create space and relaxation. So when you say the name of God with Shekhinah, or Shekhinah Shalom, the peace of the Shekhinah, or just the name Shekhinah, you're creating space to have an infusion of sacred energy into your body, and we are all worthy to have that. It's a reuniting, it's a homecoming. So don't get lost in the technique, it takes practice. You could just breathe and relax. And as you exhale through the nose, inhale through the nose, exhale through the nose. With the exhale, just imagine tension leaving and your body relaxing. as you say the mantra. Yahweh Shai, Yahweh Shai. You can also bring in other names if there's aspects of it energetically that you think would help. I've been interjecting it with the name Abba because it creates space and openness with me. So if I feel it like it's a little dense, I'm not quite as open, or I say Abba a couple times, I feel that relaxation, and then I go back to the name with adding Shekhinah or Shekhinah Shalom. And so why don't people work with it individually? You're basically calling God. And if you wish to switch to a different name, then feel free. We wish for people to do the practice they wish to do that they feel will give them the most benefit. This is an offering of an additional name to choose from. So maybe about 15, 20 minutes, and then we'll move on to some music, and then we'll end.
cast all care aside, we bow down our pride. Rescue us from the tide. On your wings, lift us high. In the dark, be a light. We need you on our side. El Shaddai. We need you on our side. El Shaddai. We need you on our side. El Shaddai. Let your cloud be our guide. Let your fire lead at night. When our foes come to fight, we need you on our side. El Shaddai. We need you on our side. El Shaddai. We need you on our side. El tried it, God denied it. El Shaddai, El Shaddai. Baal, we bind. Tell them why we riding with El Shaddai. El Shaddai.
Leimotenu
תרצה רוח, קבל רינת, עמך סגבנו, תרנו נורא. אנא בכוח גדולת ימינך, תרצה רוח, קבל רינת, עמך סגבנו, תהרנו נורא. אנא בכוח גדולת ימינך, תרצה רוח, קבל רינת, עמך סגבנו, תהרנו נורא. נא גיבור דורשי ייחודך, כבבת שומרם, ברכם תרם, רחמי צדקתך, תמיד גומלם, חסין קדוש, חסין קדוש, ברוב טובך נהל עדתך, יחיד גאה לעמך פנה, זוכרי קדושתך, שבתנו קבל ושמע צעקתנו, יודע תעלומות. אנא בכוח גדולת ימינך, תרצה רוח, קבל רינת, עמך סגבנו, תהרנו נורא. שבתנו קבל ושמע צעקתנו, יודע תעלומות, יודע
ברוך שם כבוד מלכותו לעולם ועד.
Thank you for joining me this week. I pray that all that I have shared blesses you and helps you in your life, with your families, with your relationship with God. May Adonai bless us, bless our week to come. May He hold us and keep us, help us walk with wisdom and compassion, and knowing what to do in living with the Shekhinah from breath to breath. Amen. May our Lord God be with us all this week. Thank you for joining me, and I really look forward to being with you all next week. Bye-bye.